Hello, friends. Why is game not showing up? Goodness gracious. There's game. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to PyroKitty's Tavern. I am April the PyroKitty. I'm still kind of recovering from this cold. I am much better than I was. But I still am a little coughy, a little sneezy. Might have to mute the microphone suddenly. Might sound a little bit froggy. I apologize in advance. My bit rate seems to be doing much better today, knock on wood. Particle board will do. So yeah, we are going to try and finish Strange Antiquities today. Unfortunately, on Sunday, all we were able to get through was day 6, because something was going on with my internet. I don't know if it was my internet or if it was Twitch, because I have heard over the week that there was a lot of folks having like server problems on Twitch. So I don't know if that was what it was last weekend that was causing Suntroa and I, or if it was internet. But we were both having really bad streams. But it seems much better today. Hopefully it stays that way. And we can get Strange Antiquities finished. We have day 7 through 18, I think. So yeah, that's the game plan. We're gonna try and finish Strange Antiquities. And then I will not be streaming next week. But I will be back on, I think it's March 1st. Yes, March 1st, Sunday, March 1st. And we're going to start my birthday celebration month. It is ancient Egyptian theme. I'm going to be building a sort of an Anubis brick build. And then on March 8th, I will be having my birthday celebration stream. That's the start of my birthday week. So that's what I'm going to do it that day. And I'm going to be building a Bastet brick set. And then we'll be playing a Nancy Drew game dealing with ancient Egypt. I think it's Tomb of the Lost Queen, I think is what it's called. But yeah, so that is the upcoming game plan. Like I said, I will have next week off, which is why I'm trying to finish this game today. If somehow I am not able to finish this game today for whatever reason, I will do a little pop-up stream on Sunday to finish this game, because I really want to finish it. It's not a long game. I should be able to finish it. I want to get through ending. We're shooting for ending number 5, which is one of the 2 happy endings. So yeah, I'm going to get started. There's a puzzle pinned to the top of chat. Feel free to do that. Somebody did do my puzzle offline. I have a feeling I know who. So it is the same puzzle if it was you who did it offline. I don't care if you do the puzzles offline. But I didn't have another image lined up for today. So it's that same puzzle. And I didn't realize it was completed until like right before I went live. And I was like, oh no, I should have checked this. But anyway, we're going to get started. I hope you enjoy hanging out. Chill vibes. This is a sort of a semi-spooky, mystery-esque occult game. And we're going to finish it today. That's the goal. Oh, continue. We just finished day 6. Which no major plot points happened on day 6. We just uncovered some new items, new pages in our book. So thankfully, the awful stream, we didn't miss a whole lot plot-wise. This would be the most important thing plot-wise. Thankfully, it shows it again. So this is our overnight clue. At camp that night, one of the pair had awoken with pain in his left eye. He was alert to the threat at once, recognizing 2 things at the same time. 1, a part of his mind was not his own. And 2, the casket wanted to be opened. All right, now we uncover our clue for the map. What's usually on the map. Little statue looks like. The maiden in the tower points the way. I am buried among the trees. So, let's see. We have 2 maps we can pull from. This one, there's nothing distinctly tower. Well, there is Hardwick Tower. I think it's going to be on the main map, though. Let's see, anything called a tower? Galfrey's Tower, which is number 22. Okay. Maiden in the tower points the way. I am buried amongst the trees. But I can't see the tower. Well, if I click on it, what does it say? Okay, I climb the narrow, winding stair to the top of the tower and am rewarded with views across Lake Undermere. I am not alone in the tower. Standing in the center of the circular platform is a statue of a young woman, the maiden. Her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Undermere and beyond. Okay, so due east of... That would be here. And that makes sense because it says it's buried in the wood. Hello, McGaff. Welcome in. How are you? I am still recovering from this darn cold, but I'm much better than I was. It's just sort of a linger. You all right? Just a bit sick? Yeah, there's something going around all over the place. I have heard so many streamers and folks in chat say that they're sick right now. Okay, so our clue, due east from the tower, brought us to here, and it's buried among the trees, which there's a wood, and that's it. I find what I'm looking for in a small cavity carved into a sturdy oak tree. I look around, half expecting to see someone, but there is nobody there. I take my prize and leave, feeling my mood lifted by the smell of damp moss and the gentle rush of wind through the treetops. And we uncovered this interesting item, which I am out of room. Well, you guys will just have to be crowded. All right, first customer. Verona Green. I walked up the beck a mile or so in the cold and wet yesterday and found a section with a handful of dead fish floating on it. Belly up and blackened they were. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I don't like it. I'm on my way to Calgarth Hall now. I spoke to Dr. Robertson earlier, and she said the 2 women they found there are still in the same state as the others, in a trance and eyes all black. Before I go, Anna Bryant asked me to drop this off. When we were kids, we used to explore an abandoned house on the lakefront. We'd take a boat out to the northern tip of Naylor Island and row across from there. You know the one I'm talking about. Second from the left in the row of 4. I found myself outside its door 3 days ago, and I went inside for old time's sake. I wish I hadn't. It always had an ominous feel to it. It has taken me the last 3 days to summon the courage to write this letter, but I think it's better you see for yourself what's out there. Yours in faith, Anna Bryant. All right, so we have another map clue. Take a boat from the northern tip of Naylor Island. And row across from there. Second from the left in the row of 4. So there's 4 houses here. Second from the left would be this one. I don't know exactly what I was expecting to find. Anna's letter was quite vague after all, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this. In an alcove of the house, peering out through loose mortar and crumbling brick, is a macabre shrine of sorts. The skull of a stag is mounted above the opening, its antlers smeared with a dark red substance, and a large melted candles pool out onto the wooden floor on either side. In the center of the altar, there is a small iron chest, rusted and fused to the floor. It's clear that it has been there for a long time. I do not see any hinge or keyhole or any way of opening it at all. But after a while, I notice an inscription that says simply, "I open to the voice." All right. So we need to find anything in here references voice. Nothing references voice. Nothing references lock. Let's look in our other books and see if anything speaks about the voice. Nothing in there about the voice. What could it be? Because, like, we have nothing that references the voice. Just trying to think back if I remember seeing anything that talked about voices. Well, you know what? Let's see. Do I have anything named the voice? I do. Voice of Kurnos. That's the only thing I have that talks anything about a voice. And it does have stag antlers, so that's similar to the little ritual site. So, which one is the voice? Pet Jupiter in the meantime. We have identified it. Ah. The torque. That was it. The chest opens to reveal a golden totem. I can't imagine who would have stashed it here, or why, but it doesn't look like they're coming back for it anytime soon. I'm out of space. There. All right. So that solved that clue. We're still trying to solve this clue. And these. You know, because we're trying to finish this game today, I am going to do just a brief search to see if this is at least something that we can do yet. Or if we aren't to that day yet. Okay, so we don't have the last symbol yet, and we don't get it until a later day. What about this? Is this something we could solve now, or... Okay, so this we don't have access to, not till day 10. And then the other one that I know is a puzzle, but I don't know what the solution is the clock. Okay. Those puzzles do not come into play yet. Okay. So we have solved about everything that we can solve so far. Well, I won't know where those go yet. Okay. Next customer. Lester Crowley. I apologize if this inquisition is an imposition onto your disposition. Wow. It is not my intention to bring to your attention a matter of contention. I have an inclination to perform an incantation of flirtation. For your part, a laden heart of the thomic art. Wow. That was intense. Lead heart. These items depict the god Cernunnos in his non-human form. They are heavier than they look due to a core of lead hidden by more modest exterior. They are said to kindle romantic interest and are sometimes given as wedding gifts. Well, Cernunnos is a deer. This is made of clay. There's nothing that comments that it's heavier than it appears, but I don't have anything else that depicts Cernunnos. So I'm gonna try it. I have plenty of insanity, so... Woo! Okay, Cernunnos' non-human form is a deer. Oh, we could have used the weighing scales. Oh well. All right. We got a new book page. Next customer. Angus Eaton. Oh, you're not Eli. I'm returning an item he asked me to repair. The mechanism was mangled, but I've replaced all the springs and given it a clean. Good as new. All right. Eli White. This is the technical owner of Strange Antiquities. It wasn't my intention to leave you unattended for this long, but I'm afraid that I'm going to need to rely on you for a little longer. The Order of the Black Veil seemed more concerned by the ravens than the black-eyed state that Mr. Hungerford was found in. They said that it would take a very powerful force indeed to upset them like that. Unfortunately, they either weren't able or weren't willing to talk any further on the subject. I was hoping to avoid it, but I must go to Oxford and the Bodleian Library. I will be gone for a few days at least, perhaps longer, but you seem to be handling yourself well here. I do not see eye to eye with the head of collections at the Bodleian, but I do know that he takes a great interest in horticulture. I will take him a Scythian charm to smooth things over between us. Scythian charm. Older Scythian charms are carved out of wood, but the more powerful designs make use of the planetary metals. No two are identical. They are used by horticulturists to encourage stubborn plants to thrive. They change with the weather, usually quite cold, but warm and tingly to the touch while it's raining. So we need to see what the planetary metals are. Copper, gold, iron, silver, quicksilver, lead, or tin. And it should be warm and tingly, I believe, saying. Oh, so it's raining outside, so yes, it'll be warm and tingly right now. I do recall an artifact that said it was warm and tingly. But this one? I don't think it's that one. Yeah, that was bronze anyway. That wouldn't be it. Pretty sure I saw something already that was warm and tingly. This is warm and vibrating with energy. It's gold and silver, which are both planetary metals. We're gonna go with this. Woo! All right, yeah, so item, gold and silver, planetary metals, leaves hinted to horticulture use, which is true, and closer inspection reveals that vibrates with wet weather. Okay. And we got a new item in our book. Next customer, Francesca Robertson. I'm at a loss with these patients. They aren't responding to anything I've tried so far, and I haven't been able to find anything in the literature that fits their symptoms. I am finding that they become violent if they aren't restrained, and they are always trying to leave. If nothing else, Dranthium tea from a restful mether might get a moment of lucidity out of them, but if you've got any ideas, then I'm all ears. Okay, so this is a decision point. Our options are restful mether. Let's read what it does. A mether is a thaumaturge's link to the inner mind. A hot tea made from the Dranthium plant is drunk from them, taken on a different properties depending on the type of mether. This particular type can be used to enter a meditative state and bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. And the other option is Witch's Finger. Witch's fingers are said to be the severed digits of the witches of Undermere. Of the Witch of Undermere. Okay. They are capable of inflicting intense pain, but the goal is supposedly purification of the body. A most unpleasant experience, but a last resort that has cured some and finished off others. So I do have a guide because I want to get to one of the happy endings on stream. So we're heading towards ending number 5. And it does say, in order to get to that ending, we need to use a witch's finger. So there's 2 that have to do with digits. It doesn't say a hand. I'm going to inspect this one. Are they real severed fingers? Surely not. Hard and worryingly sharp. Leathery. Makes me feel uneasy. I don't like it. So they're sharp, so they would cause pain. Here to be severed digits. Yeah, we're gonna go with this. Ooh, I am wrong. Well, this was the alternative. I don't see anything else that could be the severed digits of the Witch of Undermere. Like, this one fit to me. That wasn't it either. Okay, I have 1 sanity left. I am going to see what witch's finger is, because I am certain. Google, I typed finger, not fiber. Thank you. Okay, so it is not a finger. I don't see... So, according to my Google search, this is the witch's finger. But that doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm gonna go with it. Oh, so I have to visit High Green Church. I was able to learn that the witch refers to a yew tree. And this item is made of yew. It also features a symbol of witchcraft. That one was... this one's... I don't like that one. All right, so that is the end of day 7. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitating, he took hold of his diverging hook and used it to cut away the infected part of his mind before it could spread and consume him entirely. I am closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. With a picture of a tower. Or castle, perhaps. Well, this has towers. So north is this way. Sun rises in the east. That's in the west. So this would be the tower closest to the sunset, furthest from the sunrise, right? North is here, north, east, southwest, east, what, yeah? I'm gonna try it. Nope, that wasn't it. Like, it has this little compass on it, but... I hate when the puzzles are just, like, hard to be hard. So it says it's this tower. Which means I was on the right track, but this tower would be closest to the sunrise. Right? Well, that's the answer. The view from the tower is quite beautiful, but it's what I find inside that catches my attention. In the middle of the room is an unlocked wooden chest, and within that, not one, but two smaller wooden chests, along with a cryptic scrap of paper. Something by a diurnal seal. Something object made from silver. Something a diurnal field. I'm out of space. Gonna have to expand. All right, first customer. Francesca Robertson. As if I didn't have enough on my plate right now, my sister Bonnie has been acting strange lately. She never got over the death of our father. She's always blamed Mr. Potter for his role in it, and now, with all this happening, she's got it in her head that he's somehow behind it. I'm worried she's going to do something stupid. If she comes in here, whatever you do, do not give her anything dangerous. I want to give her a keepsake to let her know that she is still loved. I've seen people gifting one another wooden totems, but I don't know what they're called. Perhaps under love? More commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a sentiment of feelings such as love or joy. Yeah, and this is made of wood. I think it's the Selenic totem. Sorry, I just thought, I was like, you know what? I should probably consult my guide. Okay, this is not one up on the guide. But I do think it is a Selenic totem. Thank you. I also wanted to tell you that Mr. Hungerford has responded well, despite the pain he must be in. I put him through the ringer with that witch's finger. I'm hopeful that he'll come around soon. Verona Green. Those silly sods at Kargoth Hall won't let me in to look around. It seems I've upset the little lord who lives there at some point in the past. Allegedly, I refused to perform an exorcism on his haunted house. He didn't like my suggestion that it might be the local kids playing pranks on him because he's a mean old git. I'm not so easily put off, though. Do you have a Tenenbaum cloak I could borrow this evening, or could use this evening? I've got some snooping to do. All right, we do have ads about to start, so I am going to pause the game. I'm going to bring the puzzle up on the screen. We do run a 3-minute ad break every hour here to get them all out of the way at once, give us an opportunity to stretch, hydrate, but also eliminate pre-roll ads. Feel free to join in on the puzzle. It is linked in a pin at the top of chat. I don't play during the ad break. I'll mute my microphone and take the opportunity to stand up and stretch. I don't need to refill my water right now, but I do need to drink some. So I will be back in 3 minutes. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel and hanging out. Join in on the puzzle, and we will be back soon. All right, ads will be over in about 20 seconds. Sorry if you heard that squeaking, that was my microphone. I don't know why it's... Well, my microphone arm, I suppose I should say. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. As I said, I do not play during the ads. We just stretch. Oh, I don't want to exit. I want to go back. Okay, so we are getting a Tenebran cloak for Verona Green so that she can snoop. I need to take my headphones off for a second. It is pressing on my head uncomfortably. I don't need to hear the game. That's fine. All right. T, we have not identified this one yet. Upon activation, a Tenebron cloak can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness. Oh. Did we have a bitrate drop? Hold on, let me check that real quick. I'm monitoring the stream on my tablet, and it just like paused really strangely. But it appears to be fine now. Okay, I'm just gonna keep an eye on that, but so far my ping for my internet looks fine. Or normal, I guess I should say. I don't have any dropped frames, which was just really weird. Did it do that on your guys' end? Or is it just on my tablet? Anyway, Tenebran Cloak. Upon activation, a Tenebran Cloak can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness that will cloak all within its reach. A single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. I'm gonna guess the stone is probably a stone of darkness. So either a bloodstone, possibly a malachite. Ooh, could be selenite, stone of protection and enveloping night. That sounds promising. Onyx. Onyx could also be it. Okay, so onyx, selenite, malachite, or bloodstone. Bloodstone's like the bottom of the list, though. Okay. So it said it's going to be in bronze. That's gold. That's not it. I'm leaning towards moonstone. Oh, that's gold. This one has the... I think that's moonstone, but that's not it. What about you? Bronze. Green gemstone. Has a lot of symbols around it, though. Turquoise gemstone. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, that's not it. I didn't think that would be it. Bronze. This is me gold, yeah. Well, this is bronze with moonstone. But it also has stone. A single stone set in bronze gives these items power. Well, my sanity is reset. This fits it the best. This is the single stone. I don't have that many other things that I haven't identified that have a single stone. I have several with 3 stones, but this says specifically a single stone. This fits the best to me, so I'm gonna try it. Woo! Totem has a gemstone set in bronze. Gemstone is moonstone, stone of enveloping night. Got some new pages. Next, Barton Potter. I bumped into Eli at the station yesterday before he left for Oxford. His train was late, so we had a brief chat, and he suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell you. I told him I'd pass on the message. I keep forgetting to mention, it would be helpful for you to read Dr. Robertson's booklet on curses. You'll find it in the cupboard hidden on the counter. Oh, you're still saying stuff. In other news, I got a little something for you if you're interested. It's going to cost you, but it's worth it. A map of the catacombs. Very rare. Worth a lot to someone in your line of work, I imagine. And all I'm asking for in return is a Valent. The holes in a Valent are roughly equal size and spacing. They are used by the adventurous to help them find their way. A curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. So, an item with holes, roughly equal size and spacing. What about this? Curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. So it should pulse. What else has... Oh. Ah. I was like, well, these holes are equal size. I feel a pulsating power like a breathing heart, or beating heart. I think it's this. Woo! Evenly spaced holes, feel energy concentrating it. And we got a new map. Whoa. There's a lot. And then I got a clue from Eli. Be helpful for you to read Dr. Robertson's booklet on curses. You'll find it in the hidden The cupboard hidden on the counter. I mean, there's this. But I don't... Oh. I do have what'll fit in there now. This will fit in there now. Oh. Or not. It's got the same flower motif. Doesn't have these little peggy things, though. Hmm. And let's help the next customer. Rebecca Rose. What have you done to me? I wish I'd never come to this shop. I have peeled back the curtain and found a world of darkness and despair. My blind eyes are more open than yours have ever been. The old gods reach out through the tall stones, but we have forgotten their names and their tongues, and their tongue. Something stirs their slumber. They want something from us. I wish I'd never come here, and yet I feel more alive than I have in a long time. I will let you know if I see more with the spirit eye. So we had the option to give her spirit eye, or what's the other option? Ares Remnant. And to head towards ending 5, we had to give her the spirit eye. Bonnie Robertson. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I know who's behind the madness, all these people with the pitch black eyes. But nobody is listening to me. I've seen it happen before. 7 years ago, my father died the same way. Well, since nobody will listen, I'm going to take care of it myself. A Corvin's Might, please, and I'll be on my way. All right, so here's another important decision. We could either give her... Well, let's read what the items are, and then... Then we'll see which way we want to go. So I could give her Grace. Worn as a pendant to dispel melancholy. They share the design of a shadow catcher. Or I could give her Corvin's Might. Corvin's Might, sometimes called an eagle's gift, is an assassin's tool that makes use of Wixic power. When the warrior queen Corvin was surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With it, she turned the tide of battle, and the legend of the Bloody Queen was born. So, on our guide, if we give her Gray's Grace, she kidnaps our cat and then comes back on day 9 and either, depending upon what we give her on day 9, either goes insane or unsuccessfully tries to kill Barton. If we just give her a Corvin's Might today, she does not kidnap Jupiter and unsuccessfully tries to kill Barton. So the options are either she kidnaps Jupiter and then goes insane or unsuccessfully kills Barton, or she just unsuccessfully tries to kill Barton. So we're just going to go ahead and give her a Corvin's Might because I don't want her to kidnap Jupiter. That is not part of the good ending. Don't want her to kidnap our kitty. That's rude. Alright, so we're gonna look for Corvin's Might. So it uses Wixic power, so we need to look up if what Wixic symbols there are. And it came to her from an eagle. And in the picture, it kind of looks like a stone. So Wixic is of the body, so it has kind of this symbol. Wixic stones, amethyst, bloodstone, topaz. So yellow, black, red, and purple. So one of those three, or all three of those. And it looks like a stone, kind of. Well, this has amethyst. And kind of could look like what's in the picture. These objects pay homage to the Bloody Queen's gift. I don't see anything with bloodstone. There are several things with topaz, but they're all mixed with other items. This one has amethyst, so there's that, you know, in its favor. I'm trying to see what... Focusing on the screen. Well, this is a bloodstone. Oh, that looks like an eagle's talon. Well, this has 2 remarks. It's got the bloodstone and the eagle's talon. So I'm gonna go with this. Woo! Sorry, I keep having to clear my throat. I think the mic is just picking up like parts of it, but I'm sure it sounds weird on your end. Okay, so that is the end of day 8. I feel like I should be able to solve this one, since I got the clue today. It looks like this. Oh. I can click it. Ha 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 ha. Clever. Okay, so I need these 3 and okay. So it is this. I just had to modify it. Aha. There's an item in here. And a book on curses. Oh, and I can't take that item out. That's all it's used for. Okay. So this is on curses and their effects. Handy. We have solved this, so put it in the archive. I've not solved this yet, but I can't see diurnal fields. I don't have access to that till a later date. So let's finish day 8. On to day 9. As his mind roiled in confusion, he watched through his remaining good eye as his partner lunged towards the satchel that contained the casket. To his horror, he saw that his partner's eyes were black. I'm gonna guess this is something to do with the crypt, since I just got that map. So, to the crypt. And it's a shape. So, maybe something that matches this shape. That one's close, but not quite. Not quite. Oh, this one looks promising. 1688. Got the little bumpies on the bottom and the rounded top. Yes. I squeeze through a partially collapsed passageway and emerge in a small chamber. Glinting in the flickering torchlight, I catch sight of a pendant draped across an old gravestone. Interesting looking pendant. All right. I'm gonna put this in this drawer. And I think let's talk. Oh, Pet Jupiter. And now let's First customer, Constant Spotter. My awakening ceremony tomorrow. My awakening ceremony takes place at the convent tomorrow. I will need a talon. Amphibian talon. The League of the Amphibian Heart uses these items as part of its grim initiation rite. They guard their secrets closely, but it is said that they worship the ancient nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of a talon hard against their cheekbone to the point of drawing blood. They perform this act nightly for 49 days. 7 sevens, after which the scar will forever mark them. So, it has 2 sharp points. I don't think we have anything that mentions the broken path. Nothing in there. Well, these are sharp. So that, and it has the 2 points. I'm gonna give this a try. Shape of the nail tips match the scarring on the cheek. All right, next customer. Simone Green, the librarian. I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to this series of sketches. Does this mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plinth? Okay, so these are going to be the thermic fields, which I don't have anything that looks at thermic fields yet. And these are what they call the plinths. These 3 sort of things here behind the counter. So I can't do anything with it yet. Francesca Robertson. I have had to stop using the witch's finger on Jack Hungerford. I was worrying it might end up killing him. I believe it has helped somewhat, but it still hasn't been enough to lift him from the curse. I'll take that meter for myself. I need to get my thoughts in order. So it's a restful meter. Hot tea made from the geranium plant is drunk from them. This particular type can be used to enter a meditative state and bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. So the one it shows here is like a cup with 3 handles. So it's going to be a cup of some sort, I guess. I don't have a cup, though. Any symbols for restful? No. Iolite is peace and safety. Could also be moonstone protection. That's one of my only vessels. Do I know anything about the Dranthium plant? Well, if I go to Strange Horticulture, no. I thought maybe it would tell me more about the Dranthium plant. Am I missing something else that's a vessel that's not already identified? What am I missing? Like, nothing else is a vessel, is it? Apparently, I did not unlock this. On the 6th day, you get a note. We'll need to put the relics on the stands under the counter. I did? Because a Mether, it does look exactly like that. And I don't have it. Apparently I'm not the only one that did not unlock it by this point. I supposedly had a puzzle on day 6. Oh wow, I did not... So this is checked off. I did this. Well, I need to put them here again. Alright, there is nothing else. Oh, what the heck? I must have put those over there and then forgotten completely. Okay, well. I wonder if that was a day when I was really sick and just wasn't thinking. Okay. So now that we have these items that we totally had all along that I did not even know we had. Um... So, one of these has a gemstone on it. Yeah, iolite. We did mention that might be it. And this is what it looks like on the picture. Several embedded iolites. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I found this guide and I'm peeking through it to see if I missed anything else. Very obvious. Like, we keep getting all these thaumic fields, which apparently has something to do with these blocks. So I'm like, am I missing one of these blocks? Okay. These fields are visible seen through a thaumic lens. To unlock the thaumic lens, you have to solve the puzzle from the board with symbols under your desk. It shows I should have 4 by now. But I only have 3. Where do I get the 4th one from? Okay, this other guide says we don't get that yet. Okay. Next customer. Wyatt Collins. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business in the Guilty Ram when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book titled The Changes of Dr. Learmonth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I read the first page, I have been having terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robertson, and she sent me here. All right. So, curse. Noctic sight. Those suffering from this curse speak of increasingly vivid nightmares. All right, so let's go in here to the index. Anything mention Noctic sight? Moonstone Guardian. For the banishment of Hobbs' fear and Noctic sight. These tend to take the form of a comforting guardian. It's very vague. Could be the cat. Because the moonstone is a stone of protection. And the object is called Moonstone Guardian. So I'm going to try that. Woo! Features a moonstone. Cat could be considered a comforting guardian. Got an achievement. Lift the curse. Verona Green. There's not much that can unsettle me these days, but I found something at Garth Hall that I'd rather I hadn't. In the cellar where they found those two poor girls, I came across a bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. Seems there's a sickness in Undermere. It's in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it falls to me to find out where it comes from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. See if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now that I've been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextrum. Which is... protects against insanity in all its forms. These items, like the mind itself, are not well understood. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, McGaff. Ooh. Thank you for the treat. I will have 3 dehydrated marshmallows. And I will give Azar a freeze-dried strawberry as soon as I could find where they put them. Oh. I will be right back. I put his strawberries on the other table. Let me go grab those. I was giving him some strawberries this morning. He woke from his slumber, ate his strawberry, and now will probably go back to sleep. Thank you for the treats, McGaff. Let us figure out what a sextrum is. If I can control... Oh, I can't control it. It had selected off of it. So it's something to do with the mind. Here is our clue. So... not entirely helpful. Oh, good bot. Getting rid of those bots. Well, what symbols have to do with the mind? Well, here's protection. Here's insanity. Could have either of those. I don't see anything specifically about mind. Well, this has the insanity symbol and protection. Sense of crackling energy flickers in the depths of my mind. Well, it's my best guess. I have the sanity. I'm gonna go with it. Oh. Woohoo! Item features symbols of protection surrounding symbol of insanity. All right, and that is the end of day 9. And good timing because we were about to have another ad break. Again, I do run a 3-minute ad break every hour. Eliminates pre-rolls. And gets them all out of the way all at once. We could use the opportunity to stretch, get some more water. In my case, maybe blow my nose. So I'm going to put the puzzle up on the screen. I don't play during the ad break, so don't worry about missing anything. Feel free to join in on the puzzle. And I'm going to mute my microphone while I blow my nose, and we will be back in 3 minutes. All right, I am back. The ad break is almost over. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Hopefully that was not too bad for you. We are going to continue on with Strange Antiquities. We just finished day 9. He tried to use the diverging hook on his partner, as he had done on himself, but he could find no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open, and sending the black casket tumbling out. With that, we are halfway through. Below a moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Well, this sounds like the catacombs. So, to the catacombs map. Below a moon that does not shine. Well, there's several moons. We're looking for a blank tombstone. There is no mark upon my shrine. There's 2. This one has nothing on it, and this one has nothing on it. They're both by a cross. But this one does not have a moon over it. This one does. So... woo! I find the blank tombstone without too much trouble, but there is nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I begin to make my way back to the surface, when suddenly I see it, tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall. A stone totem. This is what I came for. All right, first customer. Catherine Walpole. I have traveled a long way searching for an eye of the forest. I have read stories of the Drerer of old who would hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it? I need an eye of Kernunos. Nope. Which we have not identified. Known as the Eyes of the Forest, these ancient artifacts enable one to enter the minds of lesser creatures. It is alleged that Kernunos himself wielded an eye. Eyes of Kernunos are hard to come by. They are powerful and should not be used carelessly. So on the other, I think it's the voice of Kernunos, shows a picture. So it could be this swirly thing. Or his belt. So it looked kind of like this, if it is what was on his staff, which is malachite, fourth eye, stone of sight. So that makes sense. Pleasant scent reminds me of the forest. I'm gonna guess this. Using the index in the book, I found a sketch of Skurnos holding an item that looks similar. Green jade, jade gemstone, hence a connection to the natural world. Well, I thought it was malachite, but we were right anyway. Next customer, David Schaefer, the mailman. I was expecting to talk with Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't at home. Unusual for her. I hope she's okay. If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate your help. There's something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house on Ruskin. From Mrs. R. Bream. All right. To the map. It's going to be the city. We're looking for Ruskin. Oh, here's Ruskin. And it's all a row of houses except for this one. I am greeted by a tired-looking, middle-aged woman who immediately offers me tea. I gratefully accept, enjoying the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. A single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first, I think it's the house creaking in the wind. Soft, murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves. But then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening. Too quiet to make sense of. I'm guessing we need something that's going to help us hear. So, hearing charm, which we have identified. Looking at the names. All right, just go through. I can't read them too small. There we are. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Did I accidentally go back to the house? Oh, I think I hit leave on accident. There we go. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer, and my heart beats faster as I hear what they are saying. They are discussing a section of the wall where some of the bricks are loose. Carefully, I pull them away to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull, its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity, and my hand closes around an unusual-looking item. Immediately, the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of the blood being pumped around my body. Creepy. All right. Next customer, Grenville Pierce. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where a shimmer should go, but he sold it to buy whiskey a long time ago. For whatever reason, he never did sell the sword itself. I wanted to restore it to its former glory. So I need a shimmer. These belong to a series of objects that were designed to slot into armor or weaponry. They induce calm rage in the face of the unimaginable horrors of battle, allowing the bearer to stay one step ahead. The Knight of Thorns famously wore a shimmer on his chest plate, but it didn't save him from being slain in the Battle of Suther Fell in 1356. Armor worn by the Knight of Thorns. So I would guess it'd be something that could sort of slot into the centerpiece here. So could be this. Maybe. Because it has like these 3 openings here and these like divots where things could slot in. Let's see, it's got a black stone, a yellow stone, and a green stone. Well, that green stone looks like malachite, which would be stone of sight. Black stone could be obsidian of fury. I don't think it was onyx. The yellow could be topaz of strength. Okay, yeah, I think it's this. Yes! Pendant could fit in the slot shown on the sketch. Topaz and obsidian gemstones hint at calm rage, whereas malachite suggests foresight or staying one step ahead. Freddie Lamb. I work at the steel mill in Keswick, and I don't think there's one of us that hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you have anything that can protect against that sort of thing? Well. Nothing burning. Well, what about fire? Made from the basilisk scale, a material known to endure intense heat, these unusual objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unharmed. They do not, however, offer protection against the deadly basilisk itself. Basilisk scales are highly prized, so it looks... It's gonna look... or have in it something like these scales. Ooh, this looks promising. So it has a black stone and a bright yellow stone. So the looks like amber. And obsidian. Obsidian is fire and fury. Amber is fire and light. And this kind of looks like a scale. The shape is right. I'm gonna go with this. The item features a basilisk scale. The amber and obsidian stones hint at a connection to fire. Thanks. My wife will be relieved. I found this down to the side of the counter here just now while I was waiting. Don't know if it's anything important or not. Ooh. It's our fourth symbol. Okay, so now we could solve this. I'm going to assume the symbols need to not match up the one next to it. So, like, that won't go there. And this won't go there. I wonder if the pattern repeats. So let's see. Let's start here. Do. Okay, yes, so the pattern repeats itself. This is the end symbol, if I'm using this as the beginning. So after this comes that. After that comes that. That would be that. And by process of elimination, woo! So this is the thalamic lens. So now we could solve this. All thalamic objects produce a field of sorts. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can be observed by placing the object over a thalamic lens. Fields are not fully understood, despite attempts to study them. So we're looking for something with these. So that's got a swirly pattern. That looks like the first one. All right. I am going to look at my guide on this one and at least see the names of the items, because I have way too many to go through each and every one. I will never... We're trying to finish the game today, guys. So it says the next one is a Scythian charm, which has the 3 on the edges. And the last is a shield charm, which I don't know that I've discovered what a shield charm is. Have I? Oh, I have. Oh, yep. Shield charm. All right. New item. And that is complete. I forget where I had these things. Guess you're going over there. Okay, so can I solve this other clue yet? Object made from silver with a diurnic field, which looks like that. I don't have that many silver objects, I don't think. All right, I don't have any other silver items to check. Okay, next customer. Audrey Bell. Judgment is coming. We worship the warrior not out of love, but because he is powerful. Because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holgar's teachings have known about the prophecy for a long time, and now the casket finally will be opened. It contains his final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fin is all I require. Okay. A veiled fin is brightly colored in the light, but it clouds over after a short period of total darkness. They can be used to command attention from individuals or small groups of people. Public speakers sometimes use them as a substitute for charisma. Okay, so something that is brightly colored in the light, but clouds over in the darkness. This is the only thing that I'd call brightly colored. So let me bring it down. Let me turn out the candles. Yeah, that one was identified by its color. Guess it's not that. All right, let's try this again. Oh, that was weird. My headphones just disconnected. And then reconnected. Trying to make it dark in here. That didn't seem to help. All right. What is this item? Oh, I would not have guessed that. It's this eyeball. But, like, it doesn't seem to change. I mean, maybe I can't get it somewhere dark enough? Oh, let me put it in a drawer. Aha! Yep, that's it. Whoa. Things are behaving strangely. Okay. When placed in darkness, a drawer or cupboard, for example, eye darkens. All right, end of day 10. The two men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrested the casket from the other's grasp and leapt astride his horse, galloping off into the cold, wet darkness. Well, those look like they'd be on the city map. That needs to go back up there. So let's go to the city map. Now the tricky part. Ooh, lightning. That was some crackly thunder in game. Oh, this looks like here. All right, so if that's correct, then something that looks like this should be over here somewhere. Maybe. Yeah, looks like these three buildings all together. All right. So over here. This. All right. So in between all of that is this. When I draw back the curtain, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of eyes, all shiny and wet and alive. Fear takes hold before my mind catches up and I understand what I am looking at. And when I do, I realize that it is looking right back at me. The object I am looking for sits on a small shelf below, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get out of there as fast as I can. All right, first customer. Sarah Barrington. We think we've finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out and we can't afford expensive diving equipment. But we put our heads together and wondered if there was another way. You're our last hope. Well, breathe. Ascus. An ascus allows the bearer to breathe underwater. The sensation is said to be the most unusual, since it requires one to not breathe at all. Those that use an ascus for extended periods sometimes forget to breathe once they come back on dry land and subsequently pass off. Hold on just a moment. Suntroa just texted me that he got off work and I was reminding him to pick something up. Oh, I just realized I did not start dinner earlier. Oops. So I should message him about that too. Okay, sorry about that. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. So something with a ring. And then when we touch it, it should be obvious. So it's not this, because the whole thing is cool to the touch. What else has a ring and halo? Not that. Oh. Well, these are cool. And that's warm. Doesn't quite... What is this blue gemstone? It could be aquamarine, but it kind of looks more like kenite. I don't think that's it. This is blue. Oh, cool and smooth. Surprisingly warm. That's it. That's gotta be it. The item has a ring. Closer inspection reveals the ring is warm as far as the item is cool. Rebecca Rose. The spirit eye has revealed more. I know now what these nameless gods are after. 'Tis a box of some kind. They have no name for it, but they say we call it the Nelian Casket. They can feel its power and they want it for themselves. They're afraid it's going to be opened. That's all its power will spill out and be wasted. Not that they care what happens to humanity in the process. I know this sounds like the ramblings of a mad old lady. I know people look at me and they see weakness and frailty, but I am not wrong about this. Goodness me, this is all quite exciting. Is it always like this around here? Rowena Hardwick. I am close, but I need more power. I need Saint Cedric's thunder, and quickly, while this storm is raging. Saint Cedric's thunder is used to store the power of a single thunderclap. Alchemists have been trying to harness this power for centuries, and there are rumors that some have indeed successfully used it to transmute base metals into gold. They are placed on the tops of mountains to charge them during storms. Gemstones can be used to prevent the charge from waning over time. All right, so it has gemstones in it. Something to do with electricity. And it can store power. So maybe one of our boxes? Well, this box has gemstones. And a symbol. What's that symbol? Thunder. Well, that's promising. It's a purple symbol. Or a purple gem. Stone of containment. The gems are used to contain it. So yeah, I'm gonna guess this. Symbol of thunder appears in the clasp. Amethyst gemstones of containment can be used to prevent the charge from waning. Francesca Robertson. I've been trying to get a hold of an Umbra. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patients. It had almost slipped my mind, but then I remembered that there's one right here in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it locked behind ethereal key. So first we need to find ethereal key that we could unlock this section. And then we need to figure out what an Umbra is. Ethereal key. Ethereal key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes. When activated by moving the object in a circular motion, the key is revealed by its gemstone of light. These are rare items and not generally known outside the thaumic circles. Gemstones of the night power the concealment charge. So this is night. Onyx is night. Okay. So is there anything... Is there another stone of night? Aha! Success! Alright. Now, what is an Umbra? These items cause mental fog, a withering of intellect and thought. They are slow to work, requiring several hours to have any effect. Through prolonged use, they can cause the whites of the eyes of subjects to turn black and subject them to the subject to become deeply disoriented. Produce a noctic field. Well, we know what a diurnal field looks like. What does a noctile field look like? I don't think that's going to help us. This doesn't give me any clues. Oh, excuse me. I did not make it to the microphone in time. Those are like the same. Ooh. Coughing went crazy there for a minute. I'm gonna grab a cough drop. All right, this is annoying. Because I don't know what a noctic field looks like. I don't have anything that tells me what fields look like. Other than it's one of these items. Well, 2 of them have symbols. 3 of them have symbols. So let's look at the symbols. Cross with a pyramid at the bottom. Confusion. 2 circles, or 2 half circles. Paralysis, that doesn't make sense. Triangle, upside down triangle with a line through it. Weakness. Well, this has a symbol for confusion. That's all I got. It produces a noctic. How am I supposed to know what a noctic field looks like? Like, does it say? Oh. All right, that's too many steps to figure out what these are. I have to go through all of those symbols. So it's wanting me to go through and make each of these symbols on the little device down here. And this is supposed to tell me which fields are what. That's dumb. That is too many degrees of separation. I don't even know where to start. I think someone tried to kill me yesterday. She had a damned Corvin's might. I'm lucky that she didn't know what she was doing, but even so, it was a close thing. The hex grazed past my face and did this to my hair. I suppose it was only a matter of time before I created an enemy for myself. I'm going to need to watch my back. There's some object I can use to warn of imminent danger, isn't there? There's 2 that relate to danger. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing the bearer to sense danger before it arrived. So, that's this. Peter Leland. They found some poor soul washed up on the lake shore. An older lady by the sound of it. Drowned. But that's not the worst of it. Her eyes were all black, just like those others. I'm not taking any chances with water around here. I'll take a bones guard. An item known as a Bones Guard can be placed in any liquid to render it safe to drink. King Cedric the Meek was well known to be terrified of being poisoned, and so always drank from the same goblet and always placed a Bones Guard inside. He was stabbed to death in 1203. These objects bear the mark of the antidote. And they could fit inside a goblet. There is no symbol of antidote. Well, that's the symbol for poison. Well, this is a flipped symbol of poisoned, right? I'm gonna go with this. The symbol resembles the symbol for poison, rendered upside down with a line under it. Wow, that's a stretch. I'm afraid I can't pay you, but can I offer a trade if you'll accept it? Well, that's creepy. All right, so this is the end of the day. We are about to have an ad break. All right, so I am going to swap over to puzzle. And once again, I will mute the microphone, and we will be back in 3 minutes. I'm not going to play during the ad break, as always. And then we will continue with day 12. See you in 3 minutes. All right, I am back. Ads should be ending here shortly. Swap back from the puzzle. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We are going to continue on with the end of day 11 and day 12. I might start relying on my guide a little bit more, just to kind of hurry things along a little bit. As I said, I do want to try and finish today. And like I said, we're on day 12 of 18. And I don't want to stream all night. I can go a little bit longer than usual, but Suntroa is on his way home, and we will need to feed Azar. So at the very least, I will need to take a break, probably in about 30 to 45 minutes. But like I said, I do have a guide. I'm trying to get to ending number 5, which is one of the happy endings. So I might just start relying on the guide a little bit more just for days 12 through 18. That's also where a bunch of the different vital decisions come into play, so I would probably be relying on the guide a little bit more anyway. The rider was lucky. He made it to Back Barrow and found refuge there and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened, like his partner's eyes had been. To my left the day, to my right the night. Probably something in the catacombs. To my left the day, to my right the night. Oh, well here. To the left the day, to the right the night. Boom. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming at times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look down at my feet and find an item there. Had it been there all along? I never noticed it when I sat down. Little totem. Put these up here. All right, first customer. Mailman, I've been hearing a worrying rumor about Verona Green. They're saying she drowned in the lake. I hope for all our sakes they're wrong. According to family legend, an ancestor of mine hid an item of thaumic significance in his burial chamber. It has never been found, but not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. All right, so back to the catacombs. of Shields. Ah, here. As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed in with it. With cold clarity, I know at once what it is. I have entered an area known as the Depths, a place where few have been, and fewer returned from. Not even Paliants can clear the air here and render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by a spirit called a wandering shroud. They say it invigorates their senses and stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring here without following their lead. So we're looking for something that mentions wandering spirit. Or wandering shroud. Okay. Well, wandering shroud does not like a shield charm. And but there was another thing that it mentioned. Spirit vault. A spirit vault, also known as a voted chamber, is a receptacle used to store a wandering shroud. The interior is lined with a paste made from sulfur, hence the name. They are not considered dangerous since shrouds tend to be benign, but on occasion they do not take kindly to being restrained. A faint vibration of the receptacle can be felt when a shroud is held within. So we're looking for a receptacle that smells like sulfur. This said it smelled like rotten eggs. Yes. And it has moonstone. I'm gonna go with this. Nope. Dang it. I need to quit doing that. I try to breathe in the vapors from the wandering shroud, but to my horror, I realize that the spirit vault is empty. My vision starts to blur as the cloying air of the depths fills my lungs, and I stagger away in a daze. When at last I reach the surface, I take deep breaths of fresh air, but my lungs ache for some time after. I need to be more careful. I have written to Barton Potter. He will know where to find a wandering shroud. All right. We know what it is, but we can't go to the catacombs yet. Nancy Irwin. Ooh. I've done something quite stupid. I went exploring in Heathwood and came across a grave. It was overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them to get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing, and I scratched my arm on one of them. I have not felt well since. Please help me. So it certainly looks like she's cursed. So let's look at our curse book here. Looks like black heart. The heart of the sufferer feels constricted as though clamped in a vice. Skin is pale and cold to the touch, and veins stand out darkly on the body. So we're gonna look up black heart, because that certainly looks like black heart. We need Lamb's Siphon. Used to reverse the effects of the black heart curse. A skilled hand is required to perform the procedure, drawing the curse from the body over the course of several hours. The instrument is made using the dried seed pod of a sheepsnap plant. Ooh, we have a thing. We have this is it. Woo! Thaddeus White. You don't know me, but it's time I introduced myself. I'm the curator of the Museum of History here in Undermere. Eli and I have a complicated relationship, don't all siblings? I don't tend to come by the shop much anymore, but I heard he had left town for a few days. I wanted to bring him this, but I know he'd only turn me away without even looking at it. All right. And new important person, the curator, Thaddeus White. As the curator of Undermere's Museum of History, Thaddeus is a collector of artifacts and curiosities from around the world. He has an eye for the rare and the unusual and enjoys telling the world's unheard stories through his collections. Over the years, he has also amassed a collection of items he does not put on display. These are items that it would be best the public did not know about. They are known as the Dark Articles. Simone Green. I hope my mother is okay. I've lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about her misdeeds over the years. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I've found another clue in the journal. The text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make out a reference to a vault of some kind. Three resonant objects. Lightest first, heaviest last. Resonance compass. Point at nearby resonant objects. Yep, we got a compass. So we need to find 3 resonant objects. Problem is I can't see it. There. All right. So that's one. The Elder Stone is another. Elva Stone. And then Corvin's Might. You know what, I'm gonna put the welcome in, Crowdire. Thank you for the raid. Make sure you guys go check out and follow Crowdire. Brings the coffee. Excellent. Well, welcome, raiders, to PyroKitty's Tavern. I am April the PyroKitty. I do brick building / Lego and cozy games. Sometimes spooky cozy games like this one. We are playing Strange Antiquities. I'm organizing my stuff because I keep forgetting where I put stuff. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. So, Strange Horticulture was the first game I played. This one just came out last September. It's technically this, I'll say sequel, but it's not like a direct sequel. Finish the game, but now you're tired. If you got a raid and run, no worries. We are just trying to figure out a puzzle here. That's heavier than that. And then this. That seems like the heaviest. Oh, no, get back down there. Okay, yeah, so. All right, enjoy your lunch. Thank you again so much for the raid. Lightest first, heaviest last. Okay. All right, so now we have a moon puzzle, which we haven't had one of these before. These involve the clock. I am recovering from a cold, so if you hear me like suddenly mute my microphone, it's because I'm coughing and trying to not cough in the microphone. I am trying to finish this game today, so I do have a guide. I also want to make sure we get to one of the happy endings. There are like 6 different endings, 7 different endings, and I want to make sure we get to one of the happy ones, specifically ending number 5. So I am following a guide. Need to use the clock. Okay, I got that figured out. Press it and switch the phase of the moon. I got that figured out. So I need to find the phase that matches this. Which I think was actually the one I was on. Yep. When they match, switch back to the clock face. The clock's hands will be stuck in position on the stained glass. Press the buttons around the edge that relate. Okay. Okay. You got everything right. The image of the moon should lift away. Oh, I have to click the button. Oh, look, it's the title card object. Oh, for the raiders, I did forget to say, I do have a puzzle going. It's pinned to the top of chat, or if you do !puzzle. Feel free to join in on that if you'd like. Here, let me... Here is the puzzle that's currently being worked on. Little bit of progress on getting the edges put together there. All right, so we completed this clue. So now put that away. I've not completed this clue yet because I can't. And next customer. Francesca Robertson. I got a fright when they brought the body of that poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes. I thought for sure it was Verona at first. She does look like her. But we're quite certain it's a lady from Hawkshead who went missing a few days ago. There's one thing I can't get out of my head, though. Why would she try to swim across the lake? And in the meantime, Verona is still missing. I don't like to use thermic needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rule book. We need answers. Thermic needle. Thermic needles are controversial items that are rarely used. They can reach into the mind of the recently deceased to give an impression of their thoughts before they died. Curiously, the weight of these tall items decreases when heated. So I need something that's tall, that when I hold it over the fire will decrease in weight. Nope, not you. That's what I want. So that looks about the same. That's the same. I feel like I'm missing something. This one did behave a little strangely. Let me try it this way. Oh, no, I didn't want to put the candle on there. Okay, I gotta do it the other way. Okay. Yeah, see how it paused up there for a while? I think it's this. Yes. Tall item, using weighing scale on the candle reduces weight. Okay, yeah, it's just very tricky. Audrey Bell. The people are afraid, and they are right to be, but it is too late for them. They are of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holgar will deem you worth saving. I require an object to steady my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. Okay, so I do have a choice here, and I gotta remember which one will actually lead to the good ending, because this is a pivotal choice. Okay, that didn't help me. I had looked up this guide. Okay. This one is not a major turning point, so. Okay. So we're going to go with, well, let's look up what each one does. Fortinance. A fortinance can enhance physical strength or restore strength that has been sapped, whether by exertion or by hex. They are made of stone or iron and usually take the form of a small totem. And the other one is Morgan's Folly. A folly symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precaution should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. So the best way for us to go to get the happy ending is Fortinance, which is a small totem made of stone or iron, which enhances strength. Which again, because I am trying to hurry along and finish today on stream, I will look up the option or the item, and I had narrowed it. So it's made of stone, so it's either this or this, because it's a totem. So it's going to look like a person or an animal. And those are really the only two stone items that look like a stone, like an animal or a person, that I don't already have identified. And I think it's going to be this one. Yes. I could have looked at the symbology. Oh well. All right, end of day 12. The rider's partner was less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. I am marked by Jupiter. So Jupiter is a symbol in our book. This one. It's like the fancy 4. And according to my guide, this is on the castle map, which I'll just switch to that. And we're looking for the symbol of Jupiter, which we just said is the fancy 4. The mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than an intriguing torn note, there doesn't seem to be anything of interest. Until I notice that the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and can slide to one side. I push it, and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. We got another object. Not a symbol. I mean, I guess it is a symbol. And a note. Does this... It does. The castle vaults are blocked by a diurnic seal. It can be opened by any object made from silver or gold that produces a diurnic field. Can't solve this yet, so I'm going to put it in a drawer. We need the castle map. Well, actually, no. First, I need to figure out a diurnic field. Well, this is gold. Well... Hold on. First, I need to figure out what a diurnic field looks like. Oh, wait, I already know that. That is on heal. That is what a diurnic field looks like. This is gold. That is not a diurnic field, though. This is gold. That is a diurnic field. Okay, so we need the Moonstone Guardian. And we are trying to go to the vaults. The vaults are blocked by a large iron door. It has no handle or keyhole, and it does not give in the slightest when I push against it. I realize it has been thomically sealed, not that that is much help. It's not clear what I need to open it, but it's clear it's blocked by a diurnic seal, and Moonstone Guardian should open it. The door slides open without a sound, as though it has been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it, I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock beneath it. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of the rows of artifacts that I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he is delighted, and he spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It is not long before he makes a find that I am surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. There's our new item. And a note. The Bishop's Square is a simple tool of my great-great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on a Brer's disc. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zia. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions, so he began hiding them about the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. All right, so these are done. So put those away. Put that away. So, I'm going to assume that this item would be used for maybe finding stuff on the map. At first glance, I don't see any of these particular symbols, though. So maybe not. But I am going to leave it down here, because it does seem like something I'll need the map to figure out. All right, next customer. Well, no, first customer, because that was our overnight clue. That's right. So we're on day 13 now. James Herschel. I can't say too much, but it has fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for, that people have killed for. It's a lot of weight to carry around in my head, and it's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me that it would be safer with an ecumenical? All right. An ecumenical is a receptacle commonly featuring a memento mori that acts as an aid to recollection. A memory cannot reside in both the mind and the ecumenical at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When a memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. An empty ecumenical, on the other hand, has an ominous presence, pulling at the threads of one's mind. So memento mori is a reminder of death. That's a receptacle, which really I just have that. And a hourglass is a symbol of death, so we're gonna go with that. All right. Next customer, David Schaefer, the mailman. People are getting restless. The followers of Holgar have been marching through the streets with that crazed priest at their head. Not long ago, that sort of behavior wouldn't have been tolerated in Undermere. Now there are peoples joining in. In answer to your question, yes, it is possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow the little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient significance. It is not uncommon to see wandering shrouds there. Be patient, be still, and they will come. All right. The the north of town, if you follow the little stream... Find a hilltop that was clearly of significance. Oh, the burrows. After a pleasant walk back to the beck, I reached a series of grassy mounds, the barrows. Whoever is buried in them must have been important in their time. If I am to collect what I came for, I will need to be prepared. Just double checking. Yeah. I sit and wait, quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, nothing happens, and then, long after my mind has drifted towards a warm fire and a hearty supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange, thin mist has formed near one of the barrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I daren't breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the receptacle. All right, so now we can explore that part of the vault, or the catacombs, which was the vault of swords. All right, so here we use the spirit vault. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault, and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger too long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of Shields. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion of rock in the center of the cavern. I hold the torch closer to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." Mystified, I cast my eye up the walls of the cavern and search the shields for some other clue, but nothing stands out. So sunlight is our clue. A sun bond is a small and lightweight, designed to be carried discreetly and made of non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and light of the sun. We've already identified sun bond, just have to find it. There it is, sun bond. Oh, mist. The sun bond banishes the darkness in an instant, half blinding my gloom-adjusted eyes and bringing summer's warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of the shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up and pull the shield down to reveal a small cavity hewn into the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. All right, so there's that clue. Salt. Next customer, James Herschel. I got to thinking after I left earlier. Transferring this secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around with it in my head, but I would know where to find it. What I really need is a truth conduit so that I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be, and have been, used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as a spell is woven, combining symbology with deeper, more primitive power. So let's look at symbols. Anything to do with deception or... Here, deception. Oh, well, this clearly has deception mark. And it makes a soft tinkling sound. That's it. Evelyn Bennett. I have never felt more tired or more devoid of life. An apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem able to shift. But while I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find a way forward. Which we have an item called Grey's Grace, so that looks promising. Design of a shadow catcher. So that's the sign of the shadow catcher. Which is the same as that one, which is the same as this one. Yep. I've had a tip-off about something exciting. Have you come across the so-called nameless gods? Did you also know that the tall stones that you sometimes find in high places were once doorways of some kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherlum. Jerry. Sorry. Suntroa just got home and we had to watch my mom's small dog, and she started trying to escape her crate. Okay. The inscription has appeared at the stone atop Weatherlum. This is where you come in. I'm confident that a pit will open the doorway. The other option is a Babella to read the inscription. But they say that if you read the language of the nameless gods, you become cursed, which I don't like the sound of. I'm leaning towards the direct approach, but then again, that could be dangerous too. Which my guide says on this one to go with a Babelia. To get to the ending that we're looking for. The meaning of the unusual markings on a Babelia are not clear. They resemble a Mentic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a Mentic field. They can be used to aid in translation of foreign text, although they require some skill to make full use of. The ability does not transfer to spoken language. So we need to find out what a Mentic field looks like. That's a flower. Small circle all the way at the bottom, big circle all the way at the top. Okay, so that is what the symbol will look like. Doing a quick glance through. All right, at the end of this day, I will have to take a brief break. As I said, when Sunproa got home, I would need to take a break. So we could feed Azar. This looks promising. Yeah, that looks like that symbol. Yep. Thank you. I hope this works. Here's a token of my appreciation. Something for you to ponder over. That's an interesting object. Okay. That is the end of day 13. I am going to have to take a little bit longer of a break so that we could feed Azar and I can check on my mom's small dog. So I'm going to swap over to my break screen here. Feel free to join in on the maze game. There are the commands for the maze game. You could do exclamation point play. Exclamation point wander means you just sort of wander the maze randomly, or you could go and hunt down specific items by typing the coordinates, such as like G6 or E12, etc. Oh, thank you for that hydrate, Cortef. I will hydrate before I feed Azar. The puzzle is still going in the background. Feel free to join in on that while I'm on break. There is the puzzle. It is tagged to the top of chat, also, or pinned to the top of chat. Also, there is the link. Like I said, I'll be back probably going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break so that I could get Azar fed. I will run the ads during the break. I'm going to run them closer to the end of the break, though, so that we have longer after I get back. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Okay, I will be back. Enjoy your puzzle or maze game. All right, guys, I am back. Thank you so much for your patience. Had to get Azar fed, and so my parents have a little 4-pound Yorkie, and last night she got a little stepped on. So my mom had to drop her off at, well, this morning my mom had to drop her off at the vet. And then she asked if Suntroa could pick her up on his way home from work. All right. We are going to go back here and get the game to show back up. There it goes. All right, how's that puzzle coming along? Oh, it's getting there. You're making progress. All right, so now we are about to start end day 13. Let me get my guide back up here. All right. With dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend, the curator of a museum in Undermere. Together, they looked for answers. I am buried with the Knight of Thorns. There was a Knight of Thorns mentioned in here. And I want to say that it said that he died anyway. He was trying to protect himself or something. Yeah, the Shimmer. Knight of Thorns famously worn a shit around his chest plate, but it didn't save him from being slain in the Battle of Sutherfell of 1356. So into the catacombs. We're looking for 1356. There we are, and it's a knight, appropriate. The tomb of the Knight of Thorns resides alongside an ossuary filled with the unknown dead from the Battle of Sutherfell. It is an unpleasant place that I do not plan to linger in. Happily, I am able to find the item I came for without any difficulty, and I quickly leave, and don't look back until I am out in the bright of the day once more. All right. First customer of day 14, Thomas Pope. I've noticed that some people claim not to fear death. They say that dying scares them, but not death themselves. Not me, not the great Thomas Pope. Give me pain, give me fear. If I can feel, then I know I'm alive. Going back to the nothingness, that's what I fear. I'm going to do my best to live forever, starting today with the Loam. Sometimes called a hand of Jupiter or a fire palm, a Loam is an item with enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who has played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up. When it does, it often hits harder. Well, let's look up some symbology of Jupiter. Jupiter is 10. This is made of 10. And it looks like a hand. I'm gonna go with it. Features a triangle, the symbol of fire. I didn't get that far. Agnes Dent. There has been an unexpected death in the family. It has hit all of us quite hard, but particularly my husband. I would like to gift him a heart chamber. There's a vast skull in the catacombs said to be that of the beast Blencathra. Holgar's followers believe that when he slew it, he trapped its soul along with its power in a chamber known as the Wraith Chamber. Heart chambers are based on this mythical object, but they have morphed over time into a way to keep those dear to us close to the heart after death. Well, this is the symbol of Holgar. Or Holgar. I have a charm that I think looks the same as that, don't I? Ah, yes. That's the symbol of Holgar. Looks like a coffin. I'm gonna go with this. This item appears in the sketch of Holgar. Sigil bears resemblance to the Holgen Grim mask. Edmund Bishop. Did you ever work out what was Bishop Square thingy was? I suddenly remembered this note, and I found some time ago, and it occurred to me that it might be related. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held onto it. I haven't a clue what it means. Okay, so this has something to do with this thing. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. Let's look at our symbols. Well, that's the symbol for autumn. That's the symbol for blessings. That's spring. Rising. Nothing for rising, but blessings in spring. Oh, hey. That's a symbol for spring right there. That's a symbol for autumn. I think the... Yes, there's the blessings symbol. Blessings in spring. Rising in autumn means the stair over here. The symbols on the map lead me up the winding stair of the North Tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means that it does not take me long, and I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add to our growing collection. Figured that out. Oh, now that we have this thingy on the map, Mars in winter, rising in summer. So Mars, this symbol, and winter is that symbol. So Mars in winter rising in summer. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the kitchen. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glares while I follow the clues left to me by a mad old man. What was I thinking? I'm not going to find anything here. And yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Alright, so that was the clue that was on the map. up here? I don't see anything else. No. Okay. So... Thaddeus White. Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I hoped my brother would be back by now. I've had an idea, though. I'm no thaumaturge, but I think I can weaken it using a witherance. Oh dear, this had better work. A witherance is the inverse of a fortinance, and is sometimes put to a more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone, like the fortinance, but wood is more commonly used. So... where was the fortinance? So this was the fortinance. So this is going to be made of stone. Oh, I need to go back to the witherance. Well, right here next to it, I have this wooden symbol. Let's see what, this wooden object, let's see what its symbol is. So it's like a triangle with a slash through it. Oh, yeah, that's the right one. Weakness. Yeah, so that would be the opposite of strength. Made of wood, ordnance is used for strength, and versus weakness, there's a symbol of weakness. Woo! Jacob Priestley. My mind is severed. Need mither. Alright, so this is another choice, I think. Oh, this one's not mentioned. So we could use... we need one of the methers. There's the abrasive mether, used to purge unwanted memories. As with any procedure that could alter the mind, it is used sparingly and considerately. Or... we have the restful mether, but that doesn't seem like what they're wanting. There's also the solemn mether. Of the three types of mether, the solemn variety is considered the most powerful. It permits the drinker to forge pathways in the mind, to recall that which has been forgotten, and to repair that which has been broken. It'll produce a notably stronger thaumic field than the other two types. So... does my guide mention... My guide does not have this. Does not have this as a choice. All right. This guide says to look up not a meter, but to look at the curses. Affects the mouth and tongue, speech becomes impossible, torments paralysis, and then look for a cure for Tormund's paralysis. These can be rolled along the tongue to cure Tormund's paralysis, or worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items that ward against curses, they emit a diurnic field pattern. Okay. Something that can be rolled along the tongue. Oh, what's this? Spins freely, so this can be rolled. Let's look up that symbol. It's sort of like top and bottom of a circle. The line. Well, I don't see that symbol anywhere. But let's check its thaumic field. That's the diuric, so this must be it. So here's where, like, the different choices have kind of changed things up. Because I think this guy, earlier we could have either given him a pit. Well, we could have given Barton Potter a pit or a babella, and apparently, according to this guy, depending on what we gave him, it changes what pops up here. Oh, that's the same guide I have on my phone. That's not going to give me any different answers. Okay. Guide says that it's the solemn meter that we are looking for. Stronger thermic field. Well, these are our 3 meters, so... I need to put that away. Oh, I'd say this one. That's what a meter looks like. Produces a stronger thermic field than the other meters. Francesca Robertson. I discovered something via the thermic needle. The woman who tried to swim across the lake was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something, and whatever it is, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I decided to experiment with the Ambra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me, and it left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in their trance-like state. I've never used a Gaudian siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. Similar to thermic needle. Create a strong compulsion. Well, in that picture was one of... Where is it? These. Takes great effort to tear my eyes away. I'm going to call it this. Obelisk shaped like the thermic needle appears in the sketch. Attention demanding power. Alright, end of day 14. The curator learned that the Nalian casket is a dark article, a class reserved for the most cursed and the most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum's archives, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from the public's eyes. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Well, that sounds like it's going to be on the city map. Oh, Woodcutter's Lane and Pine Road. And this building has, or this plot has 2 buildings, so one is probably a barn. Woo! To the side of the house sits a dilapidated barn. The stench of manure is overpowering. There is no sign of an owner, so I search carefully, not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Suddenly, I spy a flash of blue. A bottle. This is it. I think I'm gonna have to start going the other direction. Good morning. Yes, and to you too, Jupiter. I'm getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about that poor lady who drowned frightened me. But she'll turn up. She always does. I've had another breakthrough. This time, I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of Strange Antiquities. For the individual, a stone of dark purposes. For the celestial, a stone of earth. For the diurnal, stone of death. The guide I have says we do not have what this is talking about yet, so I'm going to believe it. Thank you for the meter. I have seen into the yawning deep. I have seen beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor, broken, must replace. A shadow anchor is sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, whereas others prefer to clutch the totem in their hand. Some make use of symbology, whereas others use gemstones. It will always produce a field from the individual branch, however. All right. I am going to use my guide, but I will look at the... What would be the individual branch? I don't have... Look, this... Oh, one of these two. But using my guide, like I said, I'm going to start using my guide because I'm trying to finish the game. And some of these clues are just useless. So I'm going to go with this one. The kyanite stones point to the fact that this item anchors the mind and it produces a mentic field. Audrey Bell. You have shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrisome times. Keep one eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened skies seek the casket and waters turn to midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. The sacrament is a baptism ceremony in which one's life is pledged to the warrior god Holgar. It is performed by a blood priest within a stone circle. In spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of the yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of the red night. In winter, the totem of the blue fire. Don't know if we could solve this yet. So we will leave it down here. Mailman, I'm afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and has ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than never. I have spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you and hope that you could succeed where I had failed. Your friend Barton. All right, so to the catacombs. Upper levels, bone-filled. I am able to follow Marwyn's trail for a while, but the carved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reach the ossuary, I can no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I have always wanted an excuse to use a Carwick's handle. These items produce an invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse to the past. The effect is often murky and blurred, but it works passably on stationary objects. They are marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. What has a candle? Alright, I'm gonna swap something over here for something that I have already identified. So everything over here is identified. Just trying to organize this a little bit because I'm starting to... That's identified. Starting to lose what has been identified and what is not. I'm putting everything that has been identified further this way. Let me put this down here, this up here, this up here. I'm gonna leave the methers by them with each other, but put that one over there. Okay, oh, and you have been identified. Alright, so you have all been identified. Everything up here has not been. That makes it a little easier to know what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for something with a symbol of a candle on it that has not been identified. Symbol of a candle. Might have light. So that. A triangle with a circle in it. Or it could be the symbol of fire. Because it's a candle. Oh, fire and wax. That is this. Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as I hold it aloft and search the shifting rock walls for any signs of Marwyn's trail. Suddenly, I see it. An M carved into one of the rocks, as clear as if it had been carved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle distorts the height of the floor, until I come to its end at a small boulder. Rolling the rock to one side, I reach behind it and reclaim Marwyn's lost treasure. So Barton cannot speak. This is where we use this. I had my days mixed up earlier when I looked up. Thank you. I don't even know how I managed to get down from Weatherlim. Everything went dark after reading the inscription on the tall stone, but somehow I knew if I made it to Strange Antiquities, I would be okay. Through the darkness, I received a message from the Nameless Ones. They seek an item called the Nalian Casket. If we give it to them, they promise to free those it has infected. I don't think we have a choice. At least we can be certain of one thing. If they have the casket, they will not allow it to be open. All they desire, all they value is power, and opening the casket would release all of its contained power. Oh hey, Verona. The time has come to decide, Thaumaturge. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still a part of this mind that will not be quieted. Help me calm this clamoring rage inside my head. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scurrying ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. I think it's safe to say that Verona Green has been possessed. So in order to get either, it does not matter. Let me double check on my guide. Okay, so Zephyrim appears to be the way we need to go. These resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of the storm of ozone and power, the scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the west wind. So it smells of ozone and is strongly resonant. So our resonance compass is here. The blue bottle is resonant. And this is resonant. This doesn't smell of anything. So it's going to be the scent of a brewing storm. So this smells like ozone. All right. End of day 15. We're getting to the end, guys. But the problem with storing powerful, dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. All right. I know it's the catacombs map. We're going to look for something that matches this trail. And we're trying to find where the ball of string will end up. Looks like here, down there, there, down there, down there, down here. Woo! Inhaling deeply from the spirit vault to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down crumbling passageways past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of the tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first, the collection seems unremarkable, but one in particular stands out. I take it back up to the surface, take a closer look. All right, I'm gonna have to move these down here so that I have enough space to put my unidentified things up there. Marion Lancaster. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like a nephroquaint. Do not be concerned, dear. I have used one before and know what I am doing. The music suddenly has choral. It should be worrying when the choral music starts. Nephroquaint. These were once worn by the necromancers of the Five Knolls who used them in their rituals of resurrection. Their power became bound to them such that if they were to remove them, even after death, the necroquant would crumble to dust. Today their power is much diminished, but they can be used to draw out infections. However, they will cause Braxis if held against bare skin for long periods. Scarring caused by Braxis, which is a curse in here. But there's no clue as to what they are. All right, let's read that again. Oh. So it has to be, it's going to be on the flesh of one of these necromancers. So it's going to be this hand. The item is the ring, a wearable item. It is attached to the hand, scarred by Braxis. Franklin Underhill. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items that we're confident will be of interest to you. The Twinings. Artisans of wood, iron, and clay. 2 Market Avenue. Here's Market Avenue. Oh, it's called the Twinings. That would be it. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinings, an unusual, sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room unlike the others. This one is filled with small trinkets, ornaments, and jars of various sizes containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it might not look like much, but there are some items of value among the junk here, says the man. Take your time and let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I have indeed unearthed something very interesting that I am keen to take back to the shop for further investigation. As I am leaving the Twinings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look around annoyed, I notice to my horror that the man's eyes have gone black as coal. He rushes towards me and I stumble backwards, fumbling with the strap of my satchel as I try to grab an item to stop him. And I need a Wixic cord. We do have an ad incoming. I'm gonna try and get this clue solved first, though. Despite the name, these simple-looking items do not produce a Wixic field. They belong to the diurnal branch. They cause a freezing effect on the body, earning them the nickname Medusa Stones. Fortunately, this effect is not permanent. This has a symbol of paralysis. I'm gonna go with this. Produces, I didn't check the field. I should have. To my relief, the man goes rigid almost immediately and topples forward onto the cobblestones. I turn and run, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that creature. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robertson, but by the time I remember to Twinings, the man is nowhere to be seen. Okay, we are going to pause during the ad break. I will bring up the puzzle on the screen, and we will be back in 3 minutes. Oh, you guys are really working that puzzle. You are making some progress. All right, I will be back in 3 minutes. All right, I am back. Ads are over in 1 minute. Let's see, what day? We're on day 16. All right, according to my guide, we should be able to solve our clue we got on day 15. All right. Ads are almost over. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. We are going to keep chugging right along with Strange Antiquities. We're on day 16. And we just got this new item. And according to my guide, we are now able to solve this clue we got yesterday, which is going to be another one of these plinth puzzles. So a stone for dark purposes, a stone of the earth, and a stone of death. Stone of dark purposes will definitely be the bloodstone. Stone of earth will be jade. And a stone of death. Vivianite. So we need to find 3 items, one with each of those. So Corvin's Might is definitely bloodstone. Oh, get over here. Jade. So there's a couple items with jade. This one is jade. Right? Yeah, of the earth. So yeah, we'll go with that one of jade. And then we need Vivianite, which I believe this is the first object we have that has Vivianite. All right, and that reveals another moon puzzle. So we need to make this match that. All right, and then go to the clock. And it is boom, boom, and boom, and then hit the circle. And we get another pendant. All right. And now, next customer. Edmund Bishop. Something bad is about to happen. The ravens know it. My grandfather once taught me how to use a Cassander to see the paths ahead, but I saw what it did to him and vowed never to touch one again after he died. But the gnawing worry of what is coming has become too much for me. All right, so we're looking for a Cassander. The eyes of the Cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path ahead, or paths ahead. These items do not produce a Mintic field, as one might expect, but rather the more mysterious Selenic. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, and these are no different. Many have been seduced or driven mad by the paths shown to them and have led to ruin. Okay, so quote-unquote eyes, power of the mind, Selenic field. Oh. So triangle with small circle on top, big circle on bottom. That not it? Oh, I just did exactly the opposite. All right, so we're looking for a wavy sort of spiral symbol. Oh, nope, I didn't want to close it. Relocate these that I've identified up to here. So, causes me to reflect on my own mortality. Low chanting. Not that. Several of these objects have eyes, but it says quote eyes. Well, that gives off a selenic field. That's one possibility. This gives off a selenic field. Strong sense of being watched. Ooh, malachite is the stone of sight. And it gives a... Okay, I'm gonna give this one. It's got two things going for it. Malachite, stones of sight or eyes. Yeah, I figured it'd do something like that. There's always seems to be something going on here in Undermere. The sooner I can get this sorted and be on my way, the better. My uncle gave me a ring, and I always have had nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Oh, hold on 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry about that. My parents came here to get their little dog. Curse. Oh, small tokens, submerged in the liquid. Okay, yeah, so this cleanses curses. We already know what this one is. It's this one. Lavinia Hawthorne. I have been researching ancient customs, particularly those related to thaumaturgy, and I am fascinated by the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you were able to get your hands on a grease, or gris, I would be very interested in studying it further. And gris. For the ritual of the broken path, a grist is heated slowly over a flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Wixic art. It is common to suffer burns, but when done correctly, it should not be painful. Does anything else mention broken path? Yes. Ah. So it's something to do with that guy. The little finger talon thing. Why does this lady need this? This seems creepy. All right. I did look it up because this one does not give me any good clues, and it's this guy. Item has soot on its lower half, suggests it has been held over flame, and it produces a Wixic field. So vague. Like, you'd have to put every item over the... Yeah, that's, like, too vague. Alright. Moving more known items down here. Oh, I forgot about these two. These are also unknowns. Leopold Morris. There has been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Black Barrow. I wouldn't say I'm a brave man, but I think I have a duty to protect my village, my livestock, and my village. Better me than a younger man with his life ahead of him. I've come to prepare my sword. I think this one was just... Yeah, it does not protect itself against the basilisk. So that means a folium. Blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Brewer, huntsmen, and those wanting to prove themselves before ritual before seeking out the basilisk. I had this. Something was... A blade was drawn across it. I think. I'm gonna give this a try. Woo! Grooves in this item suggest blades. That is a singular clue. That is lame. They've escaped. At first, my patience grew agitated when I used the Gaudian siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made a stupid mistake and loosened her restraints. I don't know what happened, whether the siren stopped working, or it perhaps never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately, she changed back. She changed back and turned violent. Before I knew it, she'd managed to free the others. We tried to stop them, but they fought their way out of the hospital. I have no idea where they've gone. Lovely. All right, end of day 16. Got 2 more days, folks. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. So we're looking for a tomb with this. If we go up to the clock, and we put these hands in that position. That is the half moon. So we need to find a tombstone with a half moon. The air is stifling in the darkness, and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me. Thank you for the sub, Dan. You know what that means, though. Now you've got to pick a potion ingredient. All right. There's your ingredient choices. Welcome in from work. Should go follow Dan. Again, thank you so much for the sub. Number 2, we're going with the strawberry. The desk camera is not working, so you're going to have to trust me that I am putting the strawberry in the cauldron right now. And that makes 9 of 10 subs, and as soon as we hit 10 subs, we will run a sticker giveaway and name our potion. Crowdire, in fact, rated in. Look at Dan over there acting clueless. All right. The air is stifling in the darkness, and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me, but I press on. I remind myself that there are few who venture down here, which means the chances of an interesting find are higher. It doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. In your defense, you can't remember what you did 6 hours ago. I don't know if that's a good defense. Oh, I suppose I should take that off the screen. We got this little dagger thing. I'm absolutely a pro who definitely did not leave it up on the screen without knowing that I did. Thaddeus White. The witherance was a terrible idea. I've only gone and made things worse. I wish Eli was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago now, a friend brought an item to me, a black casket, and I learned that it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Eli right then and there, but I knew he would want to destroy it. I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed, but I see how naive that was now. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I've come across before. And now I hear they are looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum, or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of its secret places. Okay. Pretty sure this is a choice. Dread Viviant is the correct way to go. Well, for the good ending. A Dread Viviant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. The power rising up off a Dread Viviant is subtle but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. Okay. So we have this skull that has one eye. That is the death stone. All right, and the other eye is bloodstone, so that's not going to be it. Definitely something unusual. I don't think it's that. I feel like it's this thing. I'm going to use this thing. Ooh, concept of balance reflected in the sky, and the skull, and the flower, and power. The item exudes power. It was a hell of a shift. First bar fight. Say fight, but she threw a bottle at you in anger because it cut her off from drinking as she was completely intoxicated. Missed me with the throw, and my manager removed her like he was member of SAC. Wow. Wow. That definitely sounds like a shift. There is an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm heading straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. I have recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You are welcome to them if they are of any use. If I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. So, that means we need to find somewhere across the street from a library. Where is the library? Wordsworth Library, 26. Several of the scrolls look promising, but they are written in Daedric script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Arona was around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't, and I can't. So, what can help us translate? A Babelia, which I have identified. I just gotta remember what it looks like. Oh, you are not identified. What are you doing over there? You sneaky. Ah. This. Oh, how's that puzzle going? Ooh, almost there. I do have a redeem for like almost done with the puzzle. We're on the struggle bus now. The effect of the Babelia makes my head spin, and I close my eyes tight for a moment as my mind catches up. The pages swirl and blur in front of me, letters and words floating in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort, and I feel drained as I reach the end. All right, 3 new pages. And we solved this clue, so it can go away. Anna Bryant. With all that's been happening in Undermere, I picked the worst week possible to lose my Brigit charm. I hope that you have one that I can replace it with. Sorry, I'm also munching. A powerful item that offers hope in time of worry, protection in times of darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. Wields the power of the maiden, the mother, and the crone. The Wiccan Triple Goddess. Two kinds of puzzles you don't do. Jigsaw and puzzles that use eggs. All right, so there's a symbol of the triple goddess. This is that same symbol. I'm gonna go with this. Yes. I'm sorry, I did not intend to be away so long. I trust the shop has not been in too much trouble to look after in my absence. I have learned a lot from my time in Oxford. There is a powerful dark article here in Undermere called a Nalian Casket. And now you're telling me that my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in his museum this whole time. I know how to destroy it, but it's not going to be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We need to create a pillar of Calaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there's enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright, I don't think I can do anything with that just yet, so it goes down here. Did the bot really just land? The bot did land. It was bound to happen. Alright. So that means we are going to have a sticker giveaway. Let me pause the game. All right, guys, are you ready for a sticker giveaway? These are your options. You have 3 minutes to enter. Exclamation point join. There you go. And if you win, I will need you to send me a Twitch message, Twitch whisper with your address, please. Except for Dan, unless yours has changed. I have yours. All right, anyone else want to get in there? Exclamation point join. Chance for a free channel sticker. No, you cannot. That's not allowed. Though I do think unjoin works. Welcome in, Suntroa. Should all follow Suntroa. He's the artist of the channel and the one who created these stickers. Anyone else out there lurking want to join in for some sticker giveaway chances? There will be more opportunities to win stickers on March 8th. I'm having my birthday celebration all day on March 8th. And there will be lots of sticker giveaways. I'll probably do like one an hour. I haven't quite decided. All right. Crow Dyer, exclamation point claim. You have won. Just make sure you whisper me your address. And I will get it in the mail to you probably early next week. And also let me know which one you'd like. You're very welcome. Oh, you're done with the puzzle. Awesome. Oh. Which of the stickers did you want there, Crow? Number 3. The lurker is our favorite. I'm gonna need to print out some more stickers before my birthday stream. All right. That is set aside for you, Crow. Just make sure you whisper me your address and I will get it out to you Monday or Tuesday. All right. Back to your regularly scheduled program. Isabel Stowe. I have had my energy drained by some disturbing evil power. For days now, I have felt tired and frail, and then today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed, I discovered a carved wooden effigy that has a strange symbol painted upon it. Have a good one, Crow. Thanks for working on the puzzle, and have a good one, Dan. All right, something to lift a feeling of weakness. I don't have anything weakness. I do have strength. Fortunate. Which we have identified. And it is this. Susan Hill. I would like a bloodbeck. The nameless ones are restless. I am ready to hear their voices. It was once thought that these objects could be used to commune with the dead, but it is now widely believed that such a thing is not possible. It is not known where the strange voices that emanate from the bloodbeck originate, but they are some believed to be the voices of the nameless gods. Which... This one was voices. I'm gonna go with this one. Woo! Vivianite stone, connection to death, and you could hear whispers. Thaddeus White. I want to move the casket, but it's gone. What do we do? I heard Eli is back in town, but he hasn't come to see me, and if he's not here, then I don't know where to find him. What do we do? All right. End of day 17. It festered and pulsated until it could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so that it might find itself, and hands so that it might open itself. The casket wanted to be open. I lie below the books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. So my guide does tell me this is going to be the castle map library. Not to be confused with the not castle map the city map library. Entering the library, I am drawn to a dark alcove round to the right bearing the title Esoterica and Arcana. I'm sure there is much to learn here, but sadly a cursory glance is all I have time for today. Piled up on a reading desk, I find books on ornithology alongside bestiaries of the old world. You can learn about a person from the books they read. Ah, so that was the trick. You think it's going to be the library, but it is the room below the library. So lining up the stairs. Here is where the esoteric book was. It did have a map, I saw that. So that would be this room. No? Oh, dang. I got some insanity. I guess this one next to it, though this one looks like it's more close, but I guess this one. Yep. As I open the door, I am hit by the musty smell of damp. This room hasn't been entered for some time. The corner of the room is piled high with scrolls of parchments and old books, but underneath the debris, I find something of interest. Eli White. The museum was ransacked last night. I went looking for my brother, but he's nowhere to be found. The good news is they didn't find what they were looking for. I moved the casket myself and hid it here in one of Strange Antiquities' vaults. Oh, forgot about that. It's safe for now, but we can't leave it here for long. I have more to prepare, but I've left instructions on how to access the vault in the desk drawer. Candle that gives off no light. An anchor that has never touched the ocean. A finger, but not a flesh. Well, this is a candle that gives off no light. We have a shadow anchor, which is an anchor that's never touched the ocean. If I can find it. No, witch's finger. Finger that is not a flesh. Ah, shadow anchor. Got a moon puzzle. I feel like we should put this like down here. Mailman. The lake has turned black. As omens go, I'd say that probably quite a bad one. But the mail won't deliver itself. I found this note in an old writing desk up at Gleaston Castle. I expect it will mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. Feels all too prescient as we hurtle towards winter and a terrible, unknowable fate. All right, fear in autumn. So, we need to know the symbol for fear, which is this crossed triangle. And autumn is the acorn. And the snowflake is winter, so we need to go to the castle. There's fear in autumn. And we're going to the snowflake. I searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash of papers. To my dismay, they are largely scrawlings of a madman, but in amongst the nonsense there is some valuable information. Barton Potter. I have discovered the missing piece of the puzzle. There is an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of Blencathra. It seems humanity tried worshipping them once, long ago, before we learned how little they care for us. We must take the casket there. Whatever happens, we must not allow it to be opened. Eli White. It's time to end this. Now, take the casket to the pit. Then we also have this clue. Which, following my guide, that is also not the way to go. What was the clue from Barton? Okay, so the catacombs to the skull of Blencathra. So we can either go to the pit and follow Eli's instructions. We could go to the catacombs to the skull of Blencathra to follow Barton's instructions, or we could go to the bleak stones and follow Audrey's instructions. So to get to the ending that I'm looking for stream, we are going to follow Barton's instruction and go to the catacombs to the skull All right. I meet with Barton Potter at the entrance to the catacombs. Standing beside him is someone that I didn't expect to see. Rebecca Rose. I'm coming with you. I can see things that you are blind to. And besides, I don't want to miss out on all the fun. Rebecca explains that the spirit eye has led her here. She seems to know all about our plan to give the casket to the nameless gods. Barton gives a shrug and a look that tells me he's already tried and failed to talk her out of it. Ready? You have the casket? I show him the small black chest, and his hand moves up to rub the side of his eye absent-mindedly. Smaller than I remember. We begin our descent into the depths, down twisting tunnels and past silent tombs. It is hard going, and we pass the time deep in thought, only speaking when we need to consult the map. Finally, we come to a large cavern. Illuminated by our flickering torches is the giant skull of some long-dead beast, huge and terrifying and ominous, the skull of Blen Cathra. It is too big to have found its way through the tight tunnels, so it is not clear how it got here. But we don't have time to ponder that now. It soon becomes apparent that our journey has only just begun. The skull marks the entrance to a new system of tunnels. Ones that are not marked on our map. We trudge onwards, deeper into the earth, trying not to think about the pressing weight of rock above our heads. "Stop," Barton says. He says it so abruptly that I nearly drop the torch in panic. Then I see it, a terrifying chasm in the path ahead. By some trick of the shadows and my mind elsewhere, I'd come close to stepping out into nothing. "This is going to be tricky," says Barton Potter. At first, I don't see how we could get past this obstacle. The gap is too big to jump, and attempting to traverse it would be too dangerous. Then I remember the items I have with me. Surely there is something I can make use of. Excuse me.
This is a reminder.
Let's see. Levitation. My guide actually stopped right at the end here, so I'm going to... Okay, no, it is not. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, Daedalus Link. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, so I have it identified. Daedalus Link. I activate the levitation field around us and feel an unsettling sensation as my feet leave the ground. We float slowly across the chasm, and my heart beats faster in my chest. It is tempting to race across to the other side and feel solid rock beneath our feet again. But a Daedalus Link requires a delicate balancing act and must be used slowly and carefully. We reach the other side with great relief and continue on our way down the narrow corridor. I am the first one to spot the next obstacle. As we approach a bend in the tunnel, I see a flickering orange light, sending shadows dancing across the wall. Peering around the corner, I am confronted by a bright light that my eyes struggle to adjust to. A wall of intense flame fills the passage from floor to ceiling, an impossible bright yellow-orange fire swirling and billowing and roaring in a place where it should not be. I watch mesmerized for a moment, trying to work out where the fire is coming from, before being forced to retreat from the heat. Barton says, "What is it?" I explain our hopeless predicament, and as I do, I realize that perhaps it is not as hopeless after all. Perhaps there is a way through. The Cyrene Ward. Objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unharmed. Now I just got to figure out which one that is. Oh, it's the scale. That's right. Safely on the other side of the fire-filled tunnel, the passageway begins to widen, and soon it opens out into a vast cavern. Ancient stalagmites reach up towards delicate stalactites that spear down from the ceiling far above. It is strangely warm, perhaps heated by the same unnatural fire that we have just come through. In its center sits a dark pool. Its black depths are featureless, the flickering torchlight offering no reflection upon the surface. Barton explains, Blencathra's Basin. This whole place is alive with swirling shadows. We should not stay here. Let's make the offering and go, says Rebecca Rose. I bring out the casket and gaze upon its intricate surface for a moment. It is a horrible thing, isn't it? Be careful with it and do not open it, says Rebecca. We wait, none of us sure how to proceed. Rebecca seems to be expecting something to happen, so we wait in silence. I try to keep my thoughts from drifting to the casket. What does it contain? Maybe I should open it and find out. Rebecca exclaims, they're not coming. We're going to have to call the nameless ones to us. I hope you know how, because I'm afraid I have no idea. I begin to say that I am equally lost, but then the flickering torch in my hand reminds me of something. There is a way. My guess is this. I'm going to double check myself. No, it is not this. That is why I double checked myself. Says I looked at my guide and it says I need this. So we'll go with the grease. Almost immediately, we feel a shuddering vibration accompanied by a booming noise that sounds like a giant footsteps echoing through the cavern. Small stones and some larger rocks shake loose from above, and to our right, a single centuries-old stalactite comes crashing down from the ceiling and smashes against the hard rock floor. I watch in stunned horror as the pool in front of us begins to ripple and swirl, and a huge hand emerges from within, its palm held upward, fingers curling towards the stalactites dripping down from the roof of the cavern. "Quickly, the casket!" exclaims Barton. I hesitate, but only for a moment, I throw the black casket towards the outstretched hand, and it closes around it into a fist before slowly retreating back below the surface of the pool. "The offering has been accepted. A pact has been made," says Rebecca Rose. The cavern continues to shudder. A handful of smaller stones clatter around us, and we don't wait around to see if another stalactite is going to come down. But the danger seems to be over, and the vibrations become softer and more distant. I feel strangely elated, shivering with excitement as we leave the warm cavern. I glance back one last time at the black pool. Its surface is still. My uneasiness around the plan to hand over the casket to the nameless gods has subsided in the weeks following our adventure in the catacombs. I had a conversation with Dr. Robertson yesterday, and she seemed to be confident that her patients have now made a full recovery. They remember nothing from their ordeal, but there seems to be no lingering ill effects. Verona Green came by the shop a few days ago to thank me personally. She reassured me that the nameless gods would never even consider opening the casket, nor would they use its dark power against us. They have no interest in the lives of men. Undermere feels at peace once again. As I write this, Jupiter is purring softly in my lap, having tried to bat away the quill several times and nibbling the pages on a previous attempt. And the warmth of the fire is making me drowsy. I will sleep soundly tonight. And that is ending number 5, In the Lap of the Gods. The nameless gods have their casket. Our fate is in their hands. And I just realized that we started an ad break during all of that. Of course we did. All right, after the ad ends, I meant to snooze it, but I didn't realize it was going. I had clicked away from OBS. Which was a grave error, apparently. Ads should be over in about 30 seconds. I still had my mobile view up, but it did not show me the ads coming in. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Those snuck up on me I am terribly sorry. So we did finish. We went with ending 5 in the lap of the gods. In the epilogue dialogue, it does say that so far everything is fine. All of the victims that had the black eyes have recovered. And Verona Green came to personally thank us and assure us that the Nameless Ones will never open the casket, as they have no interest in the lives of man. They just want the power. So this was ending 5. In the lap of the gods, the Nameless Gods have their casket. Our fate is in their hands. And here is the list of those alive, which is everyone except for Audrey Bell, who was murdered by her own bloodthirsty followers when the casket was not opened. And Bonnie Robertson is missing after she fled after trying and failing to murder Barton Potter. So this is good ending number... this is one of 2 good endings. There's only 2 good endings. A number of bittersweet endings where a lot of folks die, but you save the world, and then 2 bad endings, or 1 bad ending. So yeah, so this is one of the good endings in the lap of the gods. On that note, again, I'm sorry about the ads there. I meant to snooze them, but I was not on the right page. Well, I had clicked away from OBS, and mobile apparently does not tell you when ads are about to go. Because I have Stream pulled up on my... Stream Manager pulled up on my tablet. Oh, day 19 epilogue. I guess we'll do this real quick. Tesh Sherwood. My father is suffering from Morrigan's insanity. His doctors have given up on him, but Dr. Robertson told me there might be a way to save him. She said it might be possible to stop the infection spreading by cutting the poisonous thoughts from his mind, but she said it was beyond her skill. Well then. Okay, so day 19 is to unlock the objects that you have not previously identified. So I'm not going to worry about this because it's going to go through a bunch of objects. It's going to go through all of these. So we are not going to worry about doing this on stream. I'll probably knock it out off stream just to have it done on my save file. But it's just identifying more objects. So we are going to go ahead and click over here. And we are going to find someone to go say hello to. So as a reminder, I will not be streaming on Sunday or next Thursday. I will be back on Sunday, March 1st for some Lego and brick building. To kick off my birthday month. So let's see who we could go say hello to. If you don't mind hanging out through the raid, we'll go spread this love on to someone else. Let's see. You know, let's go say hello to an artist. We're gonna go say hello to Amazing Fan 15. They are working on some animations. Copy those raid calls, the top one if you are a subscriber, bottom one if you are not. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, a great rest of your week, and a great rest of February. I will see you all on March 1st for some brick building. And yeah. Bye, all my friends.